Good morning, good evening, welcome back. My name is Alex, working on my $50,000 FTMO challenge at the moment. First of all, please take a look at the risk disclaimer. I'm not a financial advisor. This is just a channel about myself and my Forex journey. Currently handling the FTMO challenge, tackling it. But this channel is all about my Forex journey in general. Risk disclaimer, like I said, please pause the video if you want to read it. Let me just lower my volume a little bit. Here we go. Yeah, pause the video if you want to read it in total, but I'm not a financial advisor. This is just education and entertainment purposes, and anything I say is not a investment advice. And if you follow that or my trades, then you're on your own. I'm not responsible if you incur any losses. So keep that in mind. Okay, that out of the way. I actually made some bullet points today because we have quite a few things to go through. So that comes later. So first of all, where are we in the challenge? Okay, let me pull this up. I didn't go live yesterday because I was working on a template while I was trading, and it was a work in progress, and it was easier for me to not stream. However, I did make some profits. I brought the account back into positive. I just had a loss earlier. I saw a setup, and against my rules, which is trading only between 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I took the trade and paid the price. So that's my own stupidity. But overall, we're in profit again. Currently, the account balance is at, where's that? Here, 51,322. So we are 1,322 in profit. We are still within the FTMO restrictions, so that's good. You can see pass. So we haven't violated the rules yet. We are on 12 trading days so far. I'm hoping that tonight we can catch up and bring this account at least $1,000 up. I actually made 1,200 last night. Gave 900 back today because I was stupid. But like I said, overall, I made, I think, I went from minus 3,000 to plus 2,000 last night. So it was quite a successful day. So we're back in the game. Nothing is lost yet. I made some changes to the template. Let me just minimize this. I'm using the order block indicator. That's just for me personally, so it's not part of the system, but I like to see what the order blocks are. So I have this added to I bought a long-term trend indicator that unfortunately is not very reliable back, but that's for me to evaluate. I did add a volume indicator. This is the water attar explosion up here, not for trend confirmation, because entries would be too late. We get actually earlier entries with the system, but earlier entries are usually in those little holes where there's no volume, and it's just a nice additional confirmation, especially if the next candle or the candle afterwards shows a high volume going in trade direction. That's basically just for confirmation. And I also added one of my indicators manually, even though this one is included in our 9 indicator total, because this is just for me personally to evaluate that indicator. But important is the water attar explosion. Everything else is in our buy-sell arrow, which is red or green, as you can see here. So, and the yellow arrow is just for confirmation. That arrow usually happens right around the turnaround on the swing on this time frame. However, if the swing goes higher or lower, it will repaint. So this is not a reliable trading signal. However, in order to take a trade, we need to see this arrow as well as a confirmation. Then, what else? Yeah, those are the changes. I did finally sit down and write out the trading rules for the system. So let's go over them real quick. General rules are trading time is between 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which means 2 hours before London Open and 2 hours before New York close. So you can calculate that on your own, what your time is. But that is the time window that we're supposed to take trades, which we are 20 minutes away to hit 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, then we're open for trades. Second general rule is we only take trades in trend direction. Look for last white or blue support resistance to determine. So what does that mean? Let me show you the chart. So first of all, in the beginning, before the session, we just zoom out a little bit, and we can see that the last higher support level, which is the white support level, was up here. Actually, that was a resistance. So currently, we're only taking short trades until we hit the white support on the other side, and then we continue up again. So as long as we don't have a white support here, we only taking shorts. So that's the general rule. That's what that means. There is an exception to it. We are allowed to take counter trend trades only if we get little gray-white arrows. So let me show you that and explain that. So as I said, from that moment on that we hit that resistance in white, which is the 4-hour support, we are in short mode, meaning we only take short trades. So let me go back here. So our first trade is, this happened last night, by the way. Come on. There we go. So as soon as we see the white support dots, we have to switch to short mode, which allows us to take that trade. Also, we always need to see arrows in order to take a trade, which we did have. Those are the little gray-white arrows that I was talking about. Now, if we hit our profit target, which in this case would be this line or below, and we get arrows, little gray and white arrows down here, we are allowed to take a counter trend trade in this case. So, and for the counter trend trade, our profit target is the inner dotted line. For trend trades, it's the outer dotted line here. So we have two lines here. We have, this is the inner dotted line, this is the outer dotted line. So depending on what trade and which trend direction you trade, that is your profit target. You can play around and try to trail it up a little bit. That's up to you. But this is the aim profit target that we're aiming for. So when we go with the trend, we want to hit the outer dotted line. When we go against the trend, like here, then we want to hit the inner dotted line, like here. So again, we only trend with the trend, with the exception if we do have those little arrows as a confirmation, we can take the counter trend trade to the other side, and that's it. And then here we have in trend direction again, so we can take this, and we are allowed to take a counter trend trade here, and we do hit the profit target, and you can see it did not make it all the way up there, just to the dotted line, and then you're done. So that was a really good exit here. And then after that, until the end of the session, there was no more trades. So yesterday we had basically coming into the session, the last leg up. That was a valid trade because we were in long mode before that, before we hit that resistance. So we had a trade here, 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 and we had a trade here. So it was a really good session last night. Now we're going into the 1 a.m. session. Okay, so just to explain that, trades only in trend direction, with the exception that we can take counter trend trades. You don't have to, but you can if we see gray-white arrows. If we do not see the gray-white arrows, let me show you an example. So here we switch to short mode. So before that we were in long mode, and you can see there was a short setting up here. However, you do not see any gray and white arrows here like here. You don't see that anywhere here. So you cannot take this trade. Your exit would have been hit here, and that's it. You cannot take that trade going down, even though this would have worked out, but trust me, you don't want to take those trades. It's not worth it. Next trading rule. General rule is number 3. If we lose 1.5% of the account in one day, we stop and we come back the next day. Now, obviously, this is only for challenges. So if you trade that on your personal account, you can do whatever you want. However, for the challenge, I would recommend not going over 1.5% risk or loss per day, which would give you 3 days straight losses, and you're still within the 10% max loss restriction from FTMO. Okay, then we come to the entry rules. So entry rules, first we need the gray/white little arrows. I showed you those already. You can see them here. The only exception for that rule is if we trade from a higher support resistance level, white, blue dots. So let me explain this, why I added this rule. So if we hit a white support, we do not need those arrows, or the blue one. Let me go to the blue one. Where was that last? Here, this was a blue support level. Unfortunately, we did not see this here, but I happen to know that there were arrows down here because I remember that day. But if we bounce along a blue support or white support, that's the market makers collecting orders. So in this case, we might not get the white arrows. So it would be okay if it is a white or blue, especially blue, which is the daily support level. If you are at one of those levels and you do not get the arrows as a confirmation, you can leave that out, because that's just market makers trying to collect more orders and going sideways for a little while. I'm sure you have seen that in the past. So that would be the only exception. Okay. Next is we need a trend cycle dot, which is, let me see if we can find one here. Yeah, up here, for example, there's a little red dot, and then when you go long, there should be a light blue dot. And they were here. They repaint, but as long as we have them as a confirmation here, you can take the trade. And we did have those trades here, dots here. There might be a couple of them, and then when you go on a different time frame, come back, it will reduce to 1. But you're gonna see a bunch of those dots popping up around the area. It's not a full confirmation to take that trade. It's just one of the confirmations we need. Again, this thing repaints as well. But in order for us to take a trade, we need to see those dots. And then price needs to be in the buy-sell area, which is green. The green side of the band is obviously the buy area, and the red side of the band is the sell area, or purple, if you want to call it that. Next, okay, we need to have the reversal indicator or white box. You see this indicator here? This is a reversal indicator. And as it forms, we might not see this line and the arrow at that moment, but we might see a little white box coming up here. Oh, no, it's gone here. So you might see a little white box where the arrow sits right now, or you see the full indicator already printed out, depending on where you are. So we need that as a confirmation. We need the yellow arrow, I explained that. We need the buy sell arrow, which is our own handmade indicator arrow, which for sell would be red and for buy would be green. You can see that arrow in action here. This arrow, by the way, does not repaint. However, it doesn't mean it's accurate. It's just several indicator giving us the go ahead. That's all that is. So you cannot just blindly trade that yet. We're working on that. And then we need the parabolic SAR flip. So I added the parabolic SAR here. You see those red dots and green dots. And as soon, let's say we want to take a long, as soon as we see the green dot underneath that candle, that will be the confirmation. So we need to see that. And no worries that this is not a default parabolic SAR setting. This is a very aggressive parabolic SAR, so you're still within a decent entry area. So we need to see that. And then if you get all the confirmations and the entry candle closes outside of the buy sell area, meaning let's say here's the buy sell area and then the candle is here and closes here, you cannot take the trade. You have to wait and see if price comes out again. And most of the times, to be honest, if price is in the band, it's you're in the wrong trade anyway. So for example here, I think we had the confirmation here on this candle, but you can see that this candle actually closed in the band, so we cannot take the trade. However, on the next candle we close outside the band again, so then you can take the trade here. So keep that in mind. I mean, you could take it, that's up to you, but first of all, your risk reward is going to be horrible. And trust me, in general, if you have a trade that you have to take within the band, it's usually the wrong trade. See here we had an entry on this candle last night, and this is well within the sell zone. So you could take that as another confirmation, so to speak. If you do not get an entry within the sell zone and the entry is within the band, it's probably a trade you don't want to be in, and maybe not ready for an entry. So keep that in mind. It keeps you out of bad trades. It's not just a stop loss and trade size matter. It's also a matter of keeping you out of the wrong trades. Okay, so again, if price closes outside of buy sell area, meaning within the band, wait if next candle pulls back. Typo here, which in this case it did, and then you can take the trade here. And then number 9, ideally we want to see the long-term trend being white, which is this second bottom indicator here is the long-term trend. We want to see that being white and not red or green, unless it is in our trend direction. So let's say this is green here, of course we can take the long. Yeah. And so this actually would have not been a valid trade, even though I took that last night and it worked out. So with those rules, you could not have taken this trade, which also would have kept you in trend direction. However, this trade you could have taken up to here, so this would have worked out because we were in the white. And again, you're gonna miss some good trades with all those rules, but mostly it keeps you out of the bad trades, so you got to keep that in mind. Okay, so ideally we want to see the long-term trend being white when taking a trade, or in trade direction. And then optional, safe entry, wait for third bottom indicator to switch color. This is this indicator that I added here. Now this indicator is part of the EA that my friend Thiago wrote and put together. However, it gives you late entries, but it is a safer entry, so that's up to you. I only have it on the chart here. I have not included in the arrow that is printed on the chart, but I want to keep an eye on it, possibly if I enter a trade and then I see the switch on this indicator as well as an additional confirmation, just to keep me sane and my thoughts calm, because I always get nervous when I enter a trade. Okay, and then as a note, but not as a rule, if we see price bouncing off a supply-demand zone before entry, it's another positive condition to support the trade. So let me explain this. We have the supply-demand indicator here. And if we zoom out a little bit, and this is what I'm waiting for now, you can see that we have a blue zone down here, which is a demand zone. So if price, let me zoom in a little bit, if price comes down here and then bounces off that zone and we get an entry off of that, it's an additional positive thing to happen. So those are the ideal trades, because then you're bouncing off a demand zone for long or a supply zone, the red zones for shorts, and that just supports the trade even more. So then trade entry, if and only if, that's why I wrote it big, if we have white support resistance or blue, both are meant, I'm going to change that to white/blue. So meaning the long-term resistances, those dots up here, the white ones or the blue ones I showed you before, are higher time frame support resistances. If we have a trade off of one of those, we are using 1% risk instead of the usual 0.5% risk. And again, this is just for challenges. On your private account, you can do whatever you want. And we split it in 2 trades, meaning we take 2 trades with 0.5% risk. The reason is because the exit for the trade was here, off of that white support. However, if you only close half of the position or one of the 2 trades at 0.5% risk, we can then set our stop loss to break even for the other half and let that run until we hit the white support on the other side. So let me show you what that means, just to have an idea. So here, actually right at the entry, we had a white support dot printing. So now instead of 1 position, I'm actually entering 2 positions with 0.5% risk. So the first one, again, gets closed out as soon as we hit profit target up here. However, as soon as we hit profit target here, we're going to set the stop loss to break even for the second trade that we have open, and we don't close it out. So we have a trade down here with, I think it was like 14 pips stop loss. Let me just double check so I'm not telling you something wrong here. Yeah, we had all the confirmations. So on opening of that candle, we could have taken the trade. So that was 15 pip stop loss. And again, one of the 2 trades we close out here, that's the profit target. However, the second one stays open and open and open and open, still open until we hit white, yeah, here. So that's where we close out the second position. So let me show you that here. So the second position, instead of closing here, we are closing up here. And then vice versa, when we hit the white here again, oh, I'm sorry, that was from down here. I have to zoom out. So we took 2 positions here. We closed the first position out here per trading rules. However, the second position ran all the way up to here. So we had a 10 pip stop loss and we had 120 pips up. A 15 pip stop loss and 120 pip up for the second half of the trade. So 120 pips divided by 15 pip stop loss. So you would have a 1 to 8 risk reward on that trade with a 0.5%. So that would be a full 4% in 2 days on the account. And then rinse repeat again. When we hit the white support here, we do not close out the trade here. Oh, only one of the 2 trades that we take. The second one gets closed out down here. And then let me show you this one here, because this is why I came up with this rule. So we had the blue support here. Unfortunately, it did not come in when the entry was here, but in this case, we could take a double trade off of the first support level, because then we see the blue dots already printed out. So we could take 2 trades here and close out the first one here as usual, but then the second one doesn't get closed out until all the way up here. Now the only thing you have to keep in mind when that happens is when you're in a challenge, you have a daily loss limit. So that means when you have an open trade from here to here, going against you basically until it continues up, this will count towards your daily loss. So you gotta keep that in mind. So if you do that kind of trading, that you add a position to it, keep in mind you have to trade every day to make profits to counteract the daily loss limit. You literally have to trade every day until that trade is closed. Just so you can make profits in between to counteract the daily loss in a challenge. Now, if you do that on a private account, of course you don't have to do that. But on a challenge account, you will have to trade every day in order to make sure you're not going against their restrictions and lose the challenge because of it. Even though, you know, it's a mega trade and would probably net you, I mean, this I think was like 400 pips up there. But let's say just from here where we take the trade, yeah, that's like 370 pips with probably a 10 to 15 pip stop loss. And that's 2 days again. That's an immense trade. But if you do that, like I said, you really need to trade every day to make profits in order to counteract the daily loss. I said it many times now. Okay, what else? So this explains if we have wide support resistance, we use 1% risk, which means 2 trades instead of 1 trade, each with a 0.5% risk. And then one we just close per the rules, and the other one we keep open until we hit the higher support level or resistance level on the other side, which could really net you some nice profits in between. And the stop loss goes above or beneath the parabolic SAR. That's also a reason why I put this on here. And let me explain. Actually, let's use that example down here. That was actually a pretty good example. So I remember on this one, we did not get an entry until here. So all the way down, this would have been 39 pips. If I put it underneath the parabolic SAR, it's a pip less, but that's maybe a bad example. But where was the other? There was another one. Give me 1 second. I think it was on the next. Ah, yeah, here. So we had confirmation here. So from here to here, that's 28 pips, 29 pips. But to the parabolic SAR right here, it's only 14 pips. So that gives you a better risk-reward ratio, and therefore a higher trading lot size. So you can use the parabolic SAR, which is part of our entry confirmation anyway. So we would have to wait for the candle to close, and then instead of going all the way down here, if everything else is confirmed, you can put the stop loss underneath the parabolic SAR, and you can see, I don't think it was ever hit. So stop loss would have been here. No, didn't get hit at all. So you would have been good. That's for the trades where you have massive entry candles, and it would add another 10-15 pips to your stop loss. Okay, and then what else do we have? Profit target. I kind of like talked about it a little bit again. When we see the white dots, we go in short mode, and we can take the short trade. If we take a short trade or a trade in trend direction, our minimum profit target is the outer dotted line if we trade with the trend. If we trade against the trend, like this one would be, then it's the inner dotted line. That's the profit target. Again, you can handle it as you want. You can try to trail it and bring it further down, or whatever you want to do. However, if I take this trade here and it hits here or even closes outside of the dotted line, I close the trade, I'm done. Yeah, I'm losing out on a little bit of profit, but I might also hit exactly the reverse point, like here, for example. We literally just pierce through the outer band, and this was also counter trade, that's why I made this rule. We literally just pierce through it and don't even close up there. So you would literally close out almost at the top. And it's in general just a good place to take profit. Or you can close half of it and maybe see if it goes another candle and close the other half, or trail it down, whatever you want to do, that's up to you. But that's where our profit target is. So again, if you trade with the trend, in this case, our profit target would be the outer dotted line. And if we trade against the trend, if you get that possibility, then our profit target is the inner dotted line. Okay. Yeah, and then if trade is taken from a fresh 4-hour support resistance, white dots, or even higher daily blue dots, that's what I just explained. We only close one half of the trade and write the other one to the next higher support resistance. That's what I explained before, how we can actually make a lot more with that template if we take twice the trades on the higher support and resistance dots. You also you will always have to set it to break even, because those support dots do repaint. So it might have shown here as white, but if it would have continued up and then created another support, this might have shown as white and this would have disappeared. So you cannot take this for granted. So I would recommend, as soon as you hit the first profit target for the first half of your trade, to set the stop to break even. And it's kind of annoying if you come all the way down here and then price comes all the way back to stop you out. I get that. However, if you don't do it, you will never have those mega trades that last like 2 days straight. So keep that in mind. And it's just part of the game. Okay, we are in the session now. Oh, and look at that, we got white support dots. Perfect. Perfect. So again, when we are at the higher support and resistance levels, we do not need the arrows. So keep that in mind. So that's out of the window. I just explained that with the rules. So maybe we can actually get a setup right here. Let's try it. And in this case, I'm still using 0.5% risk. Oh. However, I will enter 2 trades. And then hopefully write one of them to the other side, which we are on the higher time frame. We are in an uptrend, so this might be a nice move up. But let's see what happens here. So we need a lot more than just the white dots, and this might still go a little bit lower and actually give us white arrows here, which I actually I would like to see it come all the way down here and bounce off that 15-minute order block, or this 5-minute order block that is hidden within. Let me deactivate the 15-minute, so you can see there's a 5-minute order block as well, and this big one is the 15-minute order block. So if I can see price coming in here and then give us an entry signal, I'm definitely taking the trade. So let's see if that happens. Also a few other things that I wanted to talk about real quick. before we get into the trading action is I also started a new small account challenge. So I open up an account with $500, and I'm gonna trade this system on the small account, but with higher risk. Since it is my own account and not a prop firm account, I'm gonna use 2% risk per trade instead of 0.5% risk. And this is already set up. I actually installed a trade copier. So whatever trade I take here on the FTMO account will automatically copy it over to my small $500 account and quadrupled in risk. And then I have it already set up here. This is already set up. $500 are in. This is already track record verified and privileges verified. You can see deposit is $500. We haven't taken any trades. I just set that up before I went online. And this account will take the same trades as we take live on the FTMO account, but instead of using 0.5% risk, it will use 2% risk on each trade. So that's the only difference. That's already set up, and it's here. You can see the trade copier is running. FXBook personal trade copier is set up, and this MT4 instance will basically receive a signal from the FTMO MT4 system. As soon as I take a trade, it will copy over with stop loss and everything and calculate the risk and lot size based on my percentage risk that I said I will allow 4 times the risk, which would be, instead of 0.5%, 2% for each trade, and also automatically adjust that to the account size, since we only have $500 in that account. So it will automatically calculate that as well. That's also how you would trade several prop firm accounts. Let's say you go through the FTMO challenge and you build up your account and max it out, and then you start MyForex funds. You can copy those trades over that you take on one MT4 to all the other MT4s from the other brokers and prop firms. So I set that up today, and this will be the first night that the trades are copied over. And then also I want to introduce a new segment. My temporary name, I'm not sure about it yet, but my temporary name for it is What's Next. And what that is I want to do a live session on Sunday around noon or early afternoon my time, because that will be evening in Europe, so that people in Europe can still participate if they want to. And what that is, again, this channel is about my Forex experience and my journey in general, so I can give updates on what is planned next, kind of like small account or possibly some bot trading, which I do too, and then just go over everything as in general, put it all together and explain the different parts of my trading, like the manual accounts, the bot accounts, what I plan to do next, to set up like the small challenge account, yada yada yada. And then also I can do a week recap on the trading week, and I would also open myself for a live Q&A. So if you guys have any questions, not only challenge related, but any Forex trading questions, as long as you have questions, I will be there and answer them. I expect not too many people in the beginning, so it's going to be a short session, maybe like 20-30 minutes. However, I can see as the channel grows and we have more people participating, this could turn into like in a 1 hour or even a 2 hour session. And also we can go over the next trading week and see what's up next, if there's anything we need to look out for, or some specialties going on, like holidays or bank holidays where the volume is not quite as high. Just basically look 1 week back and then look 1 week ahead, and go over all the new stuff, go over the recaps and Q&As. So it's kind of like a session. where I have time to actually, take my time with each one of you. When I'm live trading, that's kind of hard to do, but I figured if we do like a live Q&A on the weekend where the market is closed, we have time to actually sit down and talk and chat and get it all done. So this is good. So you can see price coming down deep into our buy area. I'm hoping that we hit this demand zone before we get a signal. And we are also wide on the long-term trend indicator, so that's a good thing too. So it looks like it's gonna set up that way. So let's see what happens. This might be our first trade right away. And hopefully with a wide support, which is the 4 hour, which would tell us that we're possibly turning around now and going up again on the higher time frame, which would allow us to take 2 trades, and I could demonstrate that perfectly over the next day or 2. Usually those trades run about 2, sometimes even 3 days, so until the end of the week, maybe, possibly. So perfect opportunity to demonstrate what I mean with that double trade thing. Yeah, so let's just see what happens. I think that was it. Yeah, we segment what's next on Sunday noon/afternoon, early afternoon, so that European people can also participate in England, because I know we have people in the UK as well. So it would make it easier for them. For them it would be Sunday night or early evening. So hopefully everybody has time to come together on Sunday where the market is closed. Small account challenge, I mentioned that. Trading rules, I went over those. That's a work in progress though, it could still change, but I needed to write it down because I just lost the trade. I was like, okay, I knew better. This is counter trend. I didn't have any gray areas and I still took the trade, and of course I lost. So I need to write this down so it kind of like manifests in my brain. But again, this is a work in progress. It's still gonna change a little bit and possibly some added rules or whatever. So I try to cover everything basically in my trading rules, the general rules and conditions, entry rules, special notes, trade entry, profit target, and so on. And then if there's anything else to add, I write it on the bottom. So everything is covered. So you actually have a complete plan going into it. That's the purpose of a trading plan. So there's nothing is left to interpretation or should I do this or should I do that. No, everything is written out. This and this and this. When this happens, you take the trade, and you know exactly where your profit target is and everything, and how to manage the trade. Everything is covered in that. So that's why I put this together. Also to remind myself, do not trade against the trend, which again it's down currently, without the white arrows. So let's see if that happens here. You might see a little bit of consolidation here, and then a dip down to that order block, and then a quick entry. And again, I'm gonna take 2 positions here, each with 0.5% risk, because I wanna, if we get the white support dots, only if we have that, then I'm willing to take 2 positions and ride the second position all the way to the other side over the next couple of days, or maybe even 3 days. And since we are officially on a daily time frame on an uptrend, regarding to our support and resistances, let me zoom out again so you see that this is a daily support level, and then we turned around and went up. So on a daily time frame, according to my support dots, we are in an uptrend. As well on the 4 hour, as you can see. So hopefully those legs are bigger than the retracements. You can see that first leg up was immense, 400 pip move, and then we only retraced about not even half. That's the only thing that worries me too, because usually a healthy pullback should be around 50% or lower, and this I don't think there was even 50%, so you might even dip lower a little bit. So this might not be the turnaround point. This might actually go lower a little bit in this, maybe in this area here, and then make the next leg up. But we see what happens. If you happen to do get the white dots, this might be one of those trades where I'm gonna set the second one at break even, and I will be stopped out because we are going lower. But it happens, If you want to catch those long trades, then you gotta be willing to keep it open and being stopped out at break even sometimes when the indicators are wrong. As long as you don't lose money, I'm willing to do that. And since I'm trading every day anyway, I can counteract the daily loss limit by making profits during the day, every day. So I'm not getting dinged for it. Okay, here you can see that white. Let me zoom in a little bit. You can see that white box. That's what I meant before. It's a box that's not a dot, which is basically this indicator here, possibly in the making. It's not a confirmed. It could possibly be here. If price goes lower, this will repaint. So keep that in mind. But it's just one of the indications that we need. However, I don't see any support dot here yet. So I don't know if this is white or not. I assume it is, but we don't know yet. So I can't even take a trade here yet because it's counter trend at this point, and we don't have any white or gray little arrows here. So right now I still have to sit on my hand. Now the other possibility is that we get a short retracement up here that we cannot take since we don't have the gray arrows, and then make another leg down, possibly in that order block, and then up. So we see what happens. We just react, we don't predict. I'm just trying to cover possible scenarios, what could happen, so that I know what to do when it happens. So again, we cannot take a trade here unless we get white support dots. Then we can take the trade. However, I prefer to have price coming down here into that order block, give us arrows at the same time, and then we can take the trade from there. It will make me feel better, because as long as that order block is lingering right underneath the entry, I'm afraid that it might bring it back and tap into it and then stop us out, which I would not be surprised. Oops. Okay, I think I have everything covered. Yep, I got all my bullet points that I wanted to mention. Trading rules. Yep, that's it. So let's just see what happens tonight. Last night was a really good night, but like I said, I was making a lot of changes back and forth with the template, so I did not go online. I wanted to save you guys from that. But now I have everything set up and the way I like it, and also the trading rules written down, so I'm ready to do a live stream again. And I might refer back and forth to those rules. Just a fair warning. Okay, this is set to 0.5%. Perfect. Yep, we're all good to go. Move them over a little bit. Close that down. If you are here, let me know if you can actually hear me, because I might have just talked to myself for almost an hour. There's no one here yet. Okay. I'm just gonna check myself. Give me 1 second. I apologize if you hear me speaking twice in the background. I'm just wanna check if my microphone is actually on and I can be heard. Yep. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. There are also more things planned when the challenge is over. I might actually continue the live trading. If I do that, then I might prop up the screen a little bit. I see that with other live streamers, they have all those fancy gadgets and gadgets. I know one of you requested or asked for daily profits and pips, so I could probably put that on the screen somehow. Again, but that's something I'm going to tackle after the challenge. For now, I just want to get through the FTMO challenge and be done with it. And then I might continue the live trading and then add stuff like that later on and build it up a little bit. This could be really interesting. It's also a good showcase for the system in itself. Okay. Well, we do have, see, this is our buy arrow, so we have a confirmation here. We do not have a confirmation here yet. And I don't have gray arrows, and I do not have a support here, a white, so I cannot take that trade. And also the candle is in the band. Again, that's usually not a good sign. So let's see what happens here. Now I might miss a trade. However, I have a feeling that we will actually go a little bit lower and hit that demand zone to move up. So as long as I don't have white support dots here, we are officially in a downtrend. So I cannot take a counter trend trade without the arrows. I'm not allowed to, so that's what rules are for. Even though sometimes those trades work, but I'm not taking the risk. So I'm just gonna sit on my hand for this one. I don't see any tiny arrows around here. So no trade yet. So this might actually come further down. So just sitting on my hands and watching and waiting patiently. However, I do like that the long-term trend indicator is already in the white. So that's definitely a good sign. Yeah, and the supply and demand zones that you see, I show the next two in each direction, so we know where they are. Well, there's actually two 5-minute order blocks in the 15-minute order block. That's good to know. And yeah, I show two in each direction, and I show the ones on the 5-minute chart, which is our trading time frame, and also on the next higher one, on the M15 one. So we see those as well. Kind of like this indicator. It saves you a lot of work. Okay, what else? No, everything's good. All right, let's just wait for a trade. Hopefully we can have a night like I had last night. That was, let me go back again. So we had a trade from here to here. We had a trade back down because reversal. I did take this trade, but technically I shouldn't have. It did work out, however. And then we had this trade down here. And then we had a trade up here. And that was it. Now I did not close out this trade because I wanted it to go higher. So as the session closed right around here, I closed the trade. So I did not make as much as I would have made if I would have closed it out here. So right around this area I closed it out because the trading session was over and I was tired. And good thing I did, because as you can see right afterwards, so when I woke up, price was down here somewhere. I was like, well, good thing I closed this trade out yesterday and took a little bit of profit. So it was a really, really good trading session. Every trade was a winner, worked out, it was great. And all in all, I made, I went from -3% to +4% today. But I just lost a little bit, so I'm down to 2.5% again, unfortunately. But maybe we can get a good session in tonight and then bring this back up. If I can make $1,000 a night, I'm happy. because I only need 5,000 to pass the challenge, and we're at 1,300 right now. So, and bottom line is, as long as I'm in profit, even if I don't pass the challenge, I can actually retake the challenge. But I'm pretty confident that we will actually pass the challenge. There was a lot of changes in between, but I like it the way it is now. It worked really, really well last night. So if we do get white support dots now, I see if price comes back a little bit maybe, and then I will take the trades from there. And if not, well, then we missed the trade. There's nothing I can do. I personally think we're gonna go lower though, because I mean, we have this M15 order block right here with two M5 order blocks hidden inside. So I think we're gonna shoot down there before the trade actually turns around. They might only just build up some liquidity here, where people start taking long trades and putting the stop losses here, and then they're gonna pinch it down here and then reverse to take all those orders with them. That's my guess, but I don't know what's happening, so, or what's about to happen, so we'll see. Yeah, so this was a confirmed entry now, so if we include this indicator in our buy sell arrow, we would have gotten the arrow on this candle. So you can see it comes in a little bit late. However, it's safe, or safer. In this case, I'm not taking this trade obviously, because we don't have confirmation regarding the other conditions that we need. But that would be the difference. Like I said, without that indicator, the arrow comes in here on this candle. If we include this indicator, we would have gotten the arrow on this candle. That's why I keep it separated, just to keep an eye on it. And if it goes up a little bit, and we do get white support dots down here, which is the higher time frame, I will not just blindly take a pullback so it comes within reach of my stop loss or in the sell, in the buy area. I would have to wait for confirmation, because I do not trust that demand zone here, and I still think we're gonna tap into that. So I'm not just gonna wait for a pullback and then grab the trade. I actually would wait for a confirmation that it will turn around there again, and then jump in because of that demand zone down there. Just to give you my full game plan here, my thought process. Yo, where's everybody tonight? Nobody here. I did announce it on the Telegram channel that I'm going live today, but I guess nobody's interested. This is the prime trading time. So if you wanna, make money in the Forex market, that's the times you need to be awake. Or at least New York session. But never trade out of London session or out of New York session. Well, I start 2 hours before London, because I've seen from backtesting that a lot of trades happen right around 1 a.m. And there's nothing wrong with taking a pre-London trade, quick one, if you get one. So I have no problem with that. And if you do get an entry here, also thought process for myself is I will set my stop loss to break even as soon as we pass that middle line, and that's again because of the order block sitting down here, and also because of London session, because usually love to bring it back again and stop everyone out before they take off in the intended direction. So I'm gonna tread lightly. So I'm going to minimize that one. We know what's going on, where the order blocks are down there. So now if we do make it down to the order block here, I'm gonna try a smart money concept entry. I will switch down to the 1 minute and take a confirmed smart money entry, and I explain that if that happens. So if we do touch that zone here, I will immediately switch to the 1 minute time frame, wait for a break of market structure to the upside, and then take a smart money entry, because that gives me an even tighter stop loss, and it will be a confirmed smart money entry. But like I said, if that happens, we go through it and I explain the process, what I'm doing. Just know that it will give us a really, really tight stop loss, probably in the 2 pip to maybe 3 pip range. And because of that, we will get a massive trade size and could possibly do the challenge tonight. So not gonna pass that opportunity up. If you have a 2 pip stop loss and that's 0.5% of your account, you only need 40 pips to pass. Is it 20 pips? Hold on, 2 pips, 20 pips. Yeah, you would. We get a 40 pip move, we're done with the challenge. Or in this case, probably more like 30 or 35 pips, because I'm already up 1,300. So I'm not gonna pass that opportunity to pass the challenge. However, I will explain that in detail if I do that, what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. So that entry would have nothing to do with this template. This template works well, but with smart money concept entries, you get a lot better risk reward ratio. You can easily make a 1 to 20, 1 to 30 on the same day because of the tight stop loss. So I'm not gonna let that opportunity fly by. Hey, we have people. Hey, Foss. It's just you. No, I'm just kidding. Welcome. There's a lot of stuff I explained in the beginning today. There's a lot of stuff I went through, so if you want to go back to the beginning first, listen to that, and when you're done with it, come back. Because I went through a lot of explaining and updates and news and whatnot. So if you want to do that first. Yes, sir. Balance went back from where I was 48,000, actually all the way to 52,500. I just messed up earlier today, but I had a really good session yesterday. I made all in all, I think 5,000. Yeah, about 5,000 yesterday. So I had a really good session yesterday. However, I explained that in the beginning. Just go back to the beginning. I explained everything in the beginning. There were a lot of things I talked about. Just go to the beginning of the stream, and then when the updates are over, you can come back to the live part and let me know when you're back. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy about that. We're on the right track again. Yeah, right now you're not missing anything anyway because I'm sitting on my hands. I have no entry here yet, so I'm still waiting for an entry, so you can easily go back and listen to the beginning, and then by the time you're done with that, you can come back, and then hopefully we have something going on at that point. I do not have a confirmed entry here yet, at least according to the rules that I put together today. I still don't have support dots here, so I cannot take the trade yet. Oh yeah, another thing I forgot to mention with the new template, I added a new pip counter here, and it actually keeps track of the trades on the day. So I think I know there was something that was requested, so you can see the actual pips of the active trade here in big numbers. You can see the pips we had in longs and shorts, and you can see the total over the day. And like I said, I did have a loss earlier because I'm stupid, so you can see that we're actually down 24 pips for the day. Another reason why I wrote those rules down, so I won't forget those arrows. Again, it looked really good, and I guess I was just stupid. But again, if you see an entry in the band, this was our entry candle if you would have taken the trade. Without that indicator, that was a valid entry. But we do not have arrows here, and the entry candle was in the band. Those trades are usually the ones that don't work, so keep that in mind. You want to see your entry being in the buy zone. If it's not in the buy zone, just keep that in the back of your head. Something's probably wrong. Don't take the trade. That's one of the reasons why I wrote that rule. Now if it comes back here, you could have grabbed it here, but it's not a confirmed entry because we do not have support dots yet. And since our mode at the moment is shorts only, we cannot take a counter trend trade without either the support dots or the little arrows, the little gray/white arrows underneath. We don't have those yet. Also, if you pay attention, we don't have a trend cycle dot yet, which looks kind of like this here. See, there's a brighter red dot. Sorry, I can't even talk right now. Or for longs, which in this case we're hoping to get a long, it would look like this here, like this bright aqua colored dot. And usually you get a bunch of them. It reduces to one later on as the chart moves on, and if you go back you're gonna see just one dot, but usually you get a bunch of them as well, and we don't have that here yet. So it's not this was not a confirmed entry to our rules at all. So I'm expecting this to not work out and actually go lower again, and then hopefully we get an entry. And with a little bit of luck we get the white support dots, because that would allow me to take 2 positions instead of 1 position and have a runner position. That's what I call it. So it flipped back. See, now we got a red arrow again. So you could not take that entry anyway, even if you have all the confirmations in place. See how that saves you from entering at the wrong time, which if I would listen to myself would have saved me that loss earlier today. But it's okay. Like I said, if you saw that yesterday, if you have a good session like I did have yesterday, and unfortunately that's the one that I don't live stream, I know, but it is what it is. But we literally had like 1 trade, 2 trades, 3 trades, 4 trades. Technically I should have not taken this trade to the new rules, but we still would have had 1, 2, 3, 4 trades yesterday. I took the 5th one too, and it luckily worked out. So I had 5 winning trades, and I made over $5,000 last night. So in one night, that's 10% on the account. I you know, if I would have done that from the get-go, I could have passed the challenge in one day. Yeah. And again, we're on day 12 now. I think I have until July 6th. Let me double check. Yeah, July 6th. So we still have 2 weeks. So I'm not worried about hitting the profit target in 2 weeks, because you can like literally make 10% in a night if you have a good night. So I'm not worried about that. And now everything has come together. We have the trading plan. Everything is in place. So hopefully we get a few good trading nights, and then we should be there. Maybe we even pass it by the end of the week. Okay, stop loss is down there. My stop loss already knows that we're going lower. See? So let's see what happens here. I really would love to see price going into that order block, so I can show you that smart money concept entry on the 1 minute time frame, and that might actually enable me to finish the challenge tonight. Because if I get an entry on the 1 minute chart with a 2 pip stop loss, then all I need is probably 20-30 pips. Yeah, if I do take a smart money entry, however, I will not risk 1%. I will only open 1 trade with a 0.5% risk. So I have a little bit ammunition left to enter a template entry if the smart money concept entry doesn't work out. So keep that in mind. If I do take an entry according to our trading rules and template, I will take 2 right away. If we get the white support dots, that is. Smart money concept entry, I will not do that, but I don't have to do that because you know, even with 0.5% risk, if you only have a 2 pip stop loss, then you have a pretty hefty trading size. So if that's a good trade and it continues on a 5 minute where we can trail it, that might actually do the challenge for tonight, or finish the challenge for tonight. And again, if I do that, I will explain it, what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. So I would wait for price basically to come down in this 50-minute order block, and as soon as we hit it, I switch down to the 1-minute time frame, and then I would wait for a break of structure, which is usually the first indication that the market is about to turn around. And then if we successfully break structure, I would then wait for a retracement to a 1-minute order block and then take a trade off of there. And let me just show you the 1-minute order blocks so you see how tiny they are. Here's a 1-minute order block. Let's see if there's one down here. Yeah, there's one right here, 1 minute. Let me just deactivate the other two. You can see how tiny those 1-minute order blocks are. Yeah, let me do the next three. So see how tiny those are? Yeah, so the stop loss would be accordingly. So if you have this order block, for example, your entry would be here, and then your stop loss would be literally a half pip. So you can imagine the trade size that we can put on with a half pip stop loss, staying within the 0.5% risk. That would be pretty crazy. So yeah. So wait for the tap into the order block, M15 order block, and then look for a break of structure on the 1-minute time frame. And then if you get a successful break of structure, wait for a retracement to a 1-minute order block and then take the confirmed entry there. That would be the game plan if that happens. Yeah, I still think they're gonna come down here. So they might actually get that. But again, in this case, if I take the smart money concept entry, I only take one trade with 0.5% risk, because if it doesn't work out, then I still have ammunition for tonight to take a normal trade. Since I already had a stop out, I wanna basically save myself, because I have to watch out for the daily loss, which right now I'm at. I can still lose 1,500. So yeah, that's 3 0.5% trades. So if the smart money concept trade doesn't work out, I can still enter 2 positions with 0.5% on the normal template, which I probably wouldn't do. So if I do take the smart money concept entry and I lose that trade, I would only take one more trade with 0.5% risk, and then if that doesn't work out, I would call it a night, which would be unfortunate, but it's my own stupidity. Okay, let's see if we can get a push down here now, which coincidentally would give us our arrows. Come on, market, nobody got time for that. Nice. And see, that trade wouldn't have worked out. So it's always good to wait for all the conditions to be met and not jump the gun. And there's a lot of volume. Yeah, way above average. So I'm very, very hopeful that we actually will hit that order block. And then with a little bit of luck, getting a 1-minute entry, we might pass the challenge tonight. That would be fantastic. Or at least get close with one trade, and then possibly get a second trade, and then we're done. That would be fantastic. Yeah, but you can see all you need is a game plan, a good trading plan, a good strategy, and you're good to go as long as you follow everything step by step. and then anything is possible. Just have to stick to your rules and your game plan. If you just take random trades because you feel like, oh, it's gonna go up here, you're not gonna succeed on the forex market. I can tell you that. You have to have a trading plan, you have to have a good strategy, and you have to follow everything to a T, and also have a game plan in mind before you take a trade, so that when you do take the trade, you know exactly what you're doing and why you're taking the trade, and there's no self-doubt, if that makes sense. Okay, let's see if we can get another couple pushes. We're almost there. Almost there. Like I said, as soon as we touch that block, as soon as price comes down here, I will immediately switch over to the 1 minute time frame. Especially if it's a nice long candle down, because then we also get the little tiny arrows on this template, which would be even more, excuse me, more confirmation for me to take that trade. Nice volume coming in here. I kind of like to have this volume indicator on there. It's almost like showing you what's going on behind the curtain. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep that volume indicator on there. It's not a bad idea to have. Like yesterday, I think on this trade here, let me show you. Yeah, on this trade here, my entry candle was this candle, and you can see as this candle closed, that's when the sell volume came out from the average, which is in that case an additional confirmation. But even if you take that trade and that happens on the next candle, that the trading volume is increased, the sell volume, it's nice to have the confirmation, even when you're already in the trade. But in this case, it actually coincided with the entry candle. So I entered my trade here, had my stop loss right above the parabolic SAR here. And at the same time, I didn't notice it right away, but on the next candle, I looked down and I saw that on that candle, actually the volume came above average, the sell volume, not the buy volume, came above average. So that's a nice additional confirmation to have, even if it comes in on the next candle. It makes you feel a little bit more relaxed about your trade and that you took the right trade. Yeah, but that was a nice trade. It was here. That was 11, a little bit over 11.1 pip stop loss, and I exited, I think, right here. So that was 43. That was a 1 to 4 right out of the gate. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the first one here. Entry candle was this one. So that was 12. Let's call it 12 pips, and that was the exit where I went. So 45 pips, 12 pips. That's another 1, 2, 3.5, almost 4. So 1 to 4 here, 1 to 4 here. I think this is one 1 to 2.5, and then another 1 to 2, and there was another 1 to 2. So it was really nice. Definitely a good session last night. And if I would have followed the rule to take 2 positions here, the second trade would still be in play now. So we would be on the second, I'm gonna call it trade in opposition because I will make it 2 separate trades. We would currently be up 77 currently, but we went as low as 80 pips, and that was again 11 pip stop loss. So you do the math. There will be there would have been a nice additional profit that we could have taken. And that trade is not even over yet, so it might even go lower than that. But that shows you what's possible. That would definitely be like a 1 to 7, 1 to 8 at this point trade. Maybe even a 1 to 10. So if I would have taken that trade yesterday, unfortunately, like I said, I came up with the idea today, but if I would have had that yesterday, then I would definitely have passed the challenge at this point. So now we get green dots, or we push lower. Aha! We're going into the zone. Gets interesting. Okay, 1 minute chart we're in. Switching to the 1 minute chart. And we tapped right into that order block. Look at that. Okay, so now this, like I said, it's gonna be a smart money concept entry. I want to see a break of structure first, which our last lower high was here. So we need to break this point. And then whatever causes, and hopefully with a quick move, with a lot of volume, if that does happen, then I'm looking for the order block that caused that move upwards, the impulse move. And then I'm gonna place an order on that order block, or wait for price to come back into that order block, set my stop loss right underneath. I'm gonna take 0.5% risk and take that entry. So this is gonna be a smart money concept entry. And as soon as I take the trade, I will go a little bit more into detail about that trade if it happens. Just gotta keep the spread in mind. I think right now we have about 0.5 pip, so I gotta keep that distance in mind because I have to adjust my stop loss to the spread. So I have to include that into my calculation. Okay, so now we have a 1 minute order block up here, and the last lower high was here. I need to see both of them being broken. This one, that supply zone, and the last lower high. I need that to be broken, and once we do that, then I'm gonna determine which order block caused that move, and I'm gonna wait for price to come back into that order block and take a trade off of there. Which, if that's the order block, that would suck if it goes straight up. So I'm hoping we're getting another pull back, another bearish candle here, because otherwise this is gonna be my order block, and this is a little big. It's like an 18 pip order block, so it's not gonna help with trade size, I can tell you that. Let's see what happens. Okay. Please let this be a bearish candle. Come on, man. Yes. So this might be our order block. That's much better. That would be a 3 pip candle if it stays there. That's much better than 18 pips. So we have a 3 pip stop loss. Well, maybe 3.5 pip stop loss, because I have to count spread. I have to account for the spread as well. Well, things are getting really interesting. If I do get this entry, then we might actually be done with the challenge. That would be fantastic. So I definitely want to see this high and this high being violated first. before I can even think about taking a trade. Okay, I'm gonna just save the template real quick. Give me 1 second. Test 3 plus, because I am going to remove that one indicator on there. I'm talking about that. Let me show you. Can't show you. Well, that reversal indicator where you see the box now that later on turns into a big arrow and lines. I'm gonna take this off for this one because it's kind of like impeding my view. Okay, so now it's off. Okay, so now we have a nice order block. Look at that. Very nice. So my stop loss would be right underneath here. So this, if it breaks those highs now, then you're gonna see this turning into an order block here, that candle, and that would give us our entry area. Ooh, I'm so excited. If this works out, that might be the challenge. If not, we lost another 0.5%. But then we can still possibly take the entry on the 5-minute chart on the trading template. Okay, so now we broke both of the highs. That's good. And I'm thinking that, okay, I'm waiting for price. Hold on, I have to do this manually. Let me take this order block indicator off, because it's irritating me right now. Okay, let me put a line here so you can follow that. So if price dips below this line, I will take the entry and my stop loss will be right here. So, oh, that would still be a 10 pip stop loss. Wow. Okay, no biggie. Okay, I'm sitting ready with my fingers on the trigger. So we did break those highs, short-term highs, and now we need to have that push back into that order block, and then as soon as it dips below that line, I'm gonna pull the trigger. And that might be the challenge. That would be freaking fantastic. Yeah, I have to. Let's keep it here. So this might play around a little bit before that happens, but it. Patiently waiting. Like I said, this is the order block. This was the last bearish candle before it broke those short-term highs. So from the top of the candle to the bottom of the candle is the order block, and my stop loss is a little bit below. It should not go down there, especially with the body being on top here. Usually it just taps into the body of the candle, but I have to include the wick and then a little bit of distance because of spread. So now if it breaks this high, would even be better. Then we just need to see it come back here. I would prefer for it to come back now, because then we have another possible order block here. Yeah, I would definitely prefer if it pulls back now. Let's see. My Fibonacci tool. So once it starts pulling back, I'm gonna hit it with the Fibonacci tool and see where the 50% mark is, because we want to get an entry in the discount area, which is below the 50% mark. And I think that order block is well below 50. For now. This is too high up. Even if it breaks it high now, I cannot use that because it's above the 50% level. So yeah, this is mostly, or down here somewhere. So this might be in that wick, like on a 30-second, but I don't have 30 seconds here in MT4. Okay, that looks like a pullback. Let's see. We can still adjust it later on. From here to here. Almost. There we go. Yeah. Really? Yeah, that's good enough. So you can see 50% is this line here, and that order block would be right below it, so it would be perfect. All right, getting ready, getting ready. It looks like this was the high. I'm gonna delete it anyway. All right, so all we need to see is price tapping below that line, and then I will pull the trigger. Hopefully a little bit into it, because that would give us a better stop loss. And then hopefully go off to the races, and I'm right. If I'm wrong, that would suck. Here it comes. Come on, baby. Give me my challenge. Yeah, unfortunately that is still like 10 pips. So it's not the smallest order block, but it's still a good stop loss. 10 pips is not bad. All right, you can do it. We also have imbalance here, so that needs to be filled. Another reason for it to come back here. Here we go. Here we go. Now I want to see the upper line of the spread being underneath here, hopefully. We might not get that, but let's see. Okay. If a price plays around here, that would actually be a good thing, because that builds up liquidity, which they then can tap in again. So it might go sideways here or not. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Again, as soon as it's below the line, I'm pulling the trigger. My hands are on the keyboard. Here we go. A little more. A little more. A little more. Come on. Come on, you gotta go in there. Gotta go in there. It's like literally on the pip. Come on. Now if this happens to be a rejection candle, like a hammer candle like it is now, I will immediately move my stop loss up and then take the trade from there. Because that could have been it. It's literally on the pip, on the line, but it did not pull into it. Oh, there you go. A little down. Okay, I count that. I'm gonna take the trade. We did tap into it. I just didn't catch it right, but that's good enough. All right, let's go back to the 5 minute. See what happens. So. Let me hide the lines, and let me delete that line. We didn't quite get it down there, but that's okay. So we're in the trade. We have 5.57 lots on there, and my stop loss is right here. And if I'm correct, we're gonna move up from here. If I'm not correct, I'm getting stopped up. Duh. So yeah, that was the smart money entry. So you wait for a higher time frame order block to be hit, and there's more to it, how to determine those order blocks. But in short, you wait for a price to come into that order block, you switch to the 1 minute chart, and then you wait for a break of structure, which we have it broke to. Let me go back so you can see that again. So we had price tapping into that 15-minute order block, and then price moved up, broke this short-term high and this short-term high, both of them. And as it did that, it came back and right into that order block, which this was the order block that caused that move to break the structure. So that's a valid order block. And then as soon as price taps into it, unfortunately I did not quite catch it when it came down there, but that's fine. Next time I'll try a pending order, then it literally would have gotten in here, but it's fine. It's just the pip difference. We should be okay. And yeah, and then we're off to the races, and the stop loss goes literally right below the order block because according to smart money concept, it should not break the low of that candle, which you can see it didn't. And now we should be off to the races. And in order for that to follow along, we're going to go back to the 5-minute chart, and it would be fantastic if you could see some white dots coming up here now, which we still don't have dots. But if I get a 4-hour support down here, then that's definitely my challenge, that trade. Then I will calculate how much I need to pass and put my take profit right there and write it up. Just enough to pass the challenge. I don't need more than that. Looking good, baby, looking good. Actually, let me get rid of that. Usually I don't do that anymore. I took the any sign of money profit off the chart because it's kind of like intimidating when you're in a trade and it shows you the money amount. It doesn't help my psyche. I noticed that, so I took it off. But in this case, because we have this entry now, I actually want to see the profit, so I'm going to switch that out to an indicator that actually does show the profit. True. Don't need the spread here. Nope. And yes. And we need it a little bigger because I'm old and blind. There you go. That should do it. Because the moment, well, how much do we need? Let me check. So we add 50, we need 55,000 minus 51,322,83. So if we happen to hit that before we get an exit signal, I'm out. So 36.77.17. So let me put that as a profit target. That's 3. How much was it? 36.77. Okay, a little bit higher. And a little bit higher. And a little bit lower. Okay, almost. Sorry, I'm bad. Short term. 36.77.17. So a little bit higher. A little more. 36.81. 36.81. Yeah. All right. So if we hit that, that's the challenge. Right there. And again, if you get an exit signal on the 5-minute chart before that, then unfortunately I have to close the trade. But if we get lucky, or if we get white dots here, I'm willing to hold it open until we actually hit that profit target right here, which would take us not even close to breaking the high. Meaning, if we get white dots, since we're on an uptrend, I expect price to break that high that we had, since we're on an uptrend, and it's not even close to the profit target. Is not even close to it. Man, that would be. I would be thrilled if I passed the challenge tonight, and if you can get a good move up. And I don't get stopped out. of course. But it was, at least to the best of my knowledge, it was a good entry. So if this was the correct order block and we did everything right, then hopefully that should hold and give us the profit that we want. And if not, we're just going to wait for a regular entry. It's just a 0.5%. We're risking $256 here, so which is exactly a 0.5%. Now, if I would have gotten it a pip lower where it was, this might have been here now, the profit target. It makes a big difference. But it is what it is. Like I said, if it works, hey, I'm the last one to complain. If that makes a challenge tonight, I'm good. I really want to see white dots down here. I really, really want to see white dots. Because if I see white dots, then and this holds and doesn't hit my stop loss, then that's a challenge. As soon as we see white dots, I can almost celebrate. Because again, we are in an uptrend, meaning if we get another higher low here, that would mean that we have to break this last high. So then I'm expecting price to come at least up to that level and break this level. And since our profit target is here, that would mean we're done. If the white support dots show up, and if they are correct. Again, they're repainting, so you can't really rely on it, but it would be a good indication that that we go up to break that high. And with a little bit of luck, we get a good move up. Hopefully supported by London session going up. That's my only concern right now that I have. Yeah, I would really love to see some white dots down here. That would make me feel a lot better. And you can see how those trades happen a lot before London session, because a lot of people have in their head London session is when the move happens, and it's not unwarranted, and I could still be stopped out and be wrong, but I think they are adjusted for that and start bigger moves sometimes outside of London session on purpose. But if I see, the moment I see white dots here, I'm going to hold it until it comes all the way up here. I'm going to let it run, even if it pulls back a little. I just hope we get a quick move. That would be, oh, delightful. Zoom in a little bit. But that's what I thought will happen. Remember when I said it might still come down to hit that order block on the M15, and it did, like literally on the pip, and turned around. So now I just hope that I was correct with my entry, and I make it through London Open. And then it's just a matter of time to wait for the hit. Well, again, that is if you get the white support dots here. We still didn't get any dot here. Nice, we got some nice volume coming in now too. Love to see that. That's why I love to have that volume indicator. It's kind of like when you see that happening and you're in a long, you're like, okay, I'm good. Definitely makes me feel better. That's a good sign. Now if we can maintain that, that would be even better. So here would be my, well, still haven't gotten an entry because no support dots here. Oh, but we did have the arrow, see? Now we have an arrow down here, that little arrow. So this would have been a valid entry for my strategy with the stop loss right here. Can you see that? And if I would have gotten the support dots down here, I could have taken that trade as well with the second 0.5% risk to have as a runner. But we don't have the support dots here yet, so I can't take the trade. Because technically we're still counter trend trading. I'm just hoping that this was the reversal point. And like I said, as soon as I see white support dots here, I'm like half celebrating. Because that would be the challenge right there, up there. That would put us a couple of dollars over the profit target that we need to pass. And the white support dots would help me feel better, because then I would think that it wants to break that last high, which is way above where my profit target is. So that would be an easy target to hit. So I just want to see it go as far away as possible from my entry before London opens. That would make me definitely feel better. So we broke this high now. So on the 5 minute we have an order block here now, which was this last push down bearish candle before it broke structure here. So we might actually pull back into this one here, and then we could put a stop loss underneath here. Should I go crazy? Should I not? Nah, I'm not going crazy. I could technically take another order block entry here. Especially if we break this high here as well. Should I? I don't know. Then we would definitely be there earlier. I mean, I could. Let me see. If we get support dots here, I might do that and take a 5 minute order block entry here off of this order block, because that would be 2.7, so it would even be a better stop loss, plus a half pip above because of my spread, but that would still be a 3.7 pip stop loss. What is this now? This is 4.6. Yeah. Let's see. If it breaks that high before it comes back, and if you get white support dots, I might be willing to take a second position here, because then we're done earlier. Let's see if it breaks that. At least this one here, maybe. Yeah, but you can see the power of the smart money concept trade entries when you have such a small stop loss. You can have a decent size trading size even with a 0.5% risk on the trade. not quite willing to move my stop loss to break even yet because of London. Unless it comes back, hits that order block and then breaks another high, then I would be willing to set it to break even, because then I would feel pretty good about it. Let's see. So it did it break that high? Yeah, by a pip, not even a pip. Couple points. So let's see if it pulls back here. Like I said, this is the order block here. Let me zoom in. This last downward candle before it broke structure here and here makes this the order block, because that's the last down move before that is responsible for doing that up move. So price should not come below this candle. It should come right to the body somewhere. So usually right on the top. So if we see price come back here now and hit that and immediately turn around and take off, then I will put my stop loss to break even. Then I would feel good enough to do that, and it would be perfect timing too, because it will be right before London. Because this could take a few minutes until it hits to here. Alright, so just explaining my game plan and my thought process here. But so far so good. Give me the white dots, please. Oh. I'm still biting my lip here. Okay, pull back. Let's see if that order block holds, and if I'm right, it would tap right in there, right there where it is. Not lower. Don't come below that. Do not come below that. Don't do it. And it definitely did not tap into the order block, unless you consider that an order block as well. Okay. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. So, not quite liking that, to be honest. It actually created equal highs. Not liking this. Alright, let me see if it pulls away again and breaks that high. If it does that, then I'm going to set my stop loss to break even, just in case, because I'm not liking those equal highs, equal lows here. That's not a good sign, especially right before London. Let's see if we can break this last high and go higher. If that happens, then I'm setting my stop loss to break even for sure. I did everything by the book though. 1 minute time frame, let me check. So, came down, order block, broke structure, came back, tapped right into it. So I did play it by the book. Unless that was not the order block they were going for, because I know there was another 5-minute order block beneath it. But it did break structure, so I will see. Oh, here was the order block. Aha! Oh man! Right there. Two pip stop loss, and we just missed it. Ah! Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Because I'm crazy like that. Show lines. Nah, missed it. Let me see. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 0. Where's my stop loss? 1.22230. There it is. Let me see, maybe it comes back again. Oh, it does. Let me a little lower. There you go. Did it allow me an entry? I didn't hear the pop noise. No. Oh, because probably the lot size is so big. Hold on. This was the order block. Here needs. This is where my stop loss needs to be. A little bit lower than that. Okay. Did it go through? No, it wouldn't let me take that entry. Probably because they are too high in lot size. Let me try again. No, lot size is too high. Damn it. Okay, I guess we have to live with one trade. Probably for the better. Because if my trade doesn't work out, then I only lose 0.5%, not a 4%. Let me get rid of those lines again, hide lines. Get rid of that. Hey Audrey. Okay, let me get rid of that Fibonacci tool. Delete. Okay. I'm just gonna switch to the 1 minute for now, because I want to see what's going on there in the 1 minute. Yeah, see, I do not like those equal lows here. It might just tap into that order block again. I'm hoping. Now, if it hits my stop loss, then I was wrong. And looks like I was wrong. Because this is way too low. Yeah. Ah, damn it. Alright. Let's just take a... I guess it's going lower. Man, that would have been too good. Let me get my order block indicator again. Down. There we go. 115. There you go. 3. No. Well, that sucked. Yeah, let's just wait for a regular entry here. Should have taken an entry right here. Stop loss below here. Oh man. That's a bummer. Where are the order blocks? And then change time frames. See if that fixes it. Yeah, let's just do a template entry. It looked so good though. Unless there was, like I said, an order block on a lower time frame down here. That could be. Which I don't see here. Why is this not working? Give me 1 second. Reset. Okay. And close. It's not showing me order blocks. Why not? Let me take it off again. And then re-add it. Refresh. Okay. Let's try this again. Ah, now it's working. Okay. So M15. Maybe they're going in deeper into that order block because there's a 1 minute order block here in the M15 and there's another M5 order block in here. So, and since this entry didn't work out, they might bring it back into that order block. I'm willing to give it one more shot. So let's just wait until it hits that order block again and we go down to the 1 minute again. And if that doesn't work, then I would have to sit on my hands until tomorrow. So, but I really want to see if I can get a smart money concept entry here. All right, let's go down to the 1 minute. Check this again. M5. So we got this M1 order block here and M5 right underneath. So let's see what happens. Again, I'm taking a confirmed entry. Man, it looked so good. Probably should have taken profit off the table here and then set my stop loss to break even instead of taking a hit. Let's see. I give it one more shot. Just have to wait for confirmation because I don't know which one they're targeting here, so let's just see what happens. We have two short-term highs here. Let's see which one they go for, because apparently that was not it, so that means they're gonna break this low. Did not quite make it. No, they're not. 1 minute order block. Let's see what happens here. So same procedure as before. I want to see the tap into the order block, and then I want to see those two highs at least taken out, meaning breaking, price going above that. And at that point, I'm going to determine where the order block is and then take an entry from there. It would be nice if it goes straight up now without pulling back, because I like the size of this last bearish candle. That would be a nice size. Let me see. From here to here. Yeah, 4 pips. It's kind of what we had before. So possibly 5 pips the spread. And we have an order block here now too. So yeah, I want to see this order block taking out that high and possibly even that second high. And if that happens, then I'm gonna get ready for an entry again. We did tap into it, I think. We'll see. Or did we? I don't think we did, because the order block is still there. Usually when price goes into the order block disappears. So we'll find out soon. Yeah, they didn't tap into it yet. So there's still a chance that we actually might go down to this one here. We'll see. That would be a nice order block. Wow, okay. It's definitely some nice candle here. Yeah, we don't necessarily have to tap into those, but we did tap into the M15 order block again, because that was above here. I think this one tapped it on the dot, so we're definitely in the order block now. So let's see what happens. Gotta get my stop loss ready in case they're coming back now. I think in this case I'm gonna put it right underneath, just to be safe. Didn't break structure yet, so I cannot take that trade yet. We're not quite there yet. I am going to lower my risk to 0.25%, just in case, because then at least I can take one more trade on the normal template. If that doesn't work out this time, I'm done with smart money concept, and I'm gonna go back to my template. It would just be nice to get a smart money concept entry here. Well, lesson learned, next time I do this and price breaks structure, I'm going to take half off and set my stop loss to break even. Then at least I would have booked some profit and would have not lost the trade. or lost no money on it. Lesson learned. I definitely want to see that order block taken out first. And then price go a little bit higher and break this side. Possibly even this one here. Just to give us enough room. So this is a perfect lined up order block here. How much would this be? 3 pips. Not bad. So let me see. Yeah, see those reversal dots coming in? That's what I was referring to before. You're not going to see just one, you're going to see several of them. And we did have one here too, and here, so. What's going on here? Hasn't broken structure yet, so nope. So it might even go lower. My tummy is growling. I probably should get some food. I haven't had dinner yet. Man, I was so excited. I'm like, yeah, this could be it, yay. But no. Yeah, so like I said, currently I'm waiting for this order block being taken out and possibly even breaking this short-term high here. That would be ideal. And then hopefully a tiny little order block down here. That would be nice. They could still take it further down, so it hasn't broken structure yet, so it could go lower too. We still have the 5-minute order block down here. So let's see what happens here. However, if I do get an entry and we do break structure, I will take half of the trade off and set my stop loss to break even this time. I'm not gonna do that again. Right now we have nothing to go by so far, so we still gotta see that setup developing. It's nowhere near yet. Might happen during London session, London Open. Which we're 4 minutes away from London Open anyway, so. Actually, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some food so I can munch on something. Give me a sec. All right, I'm back. Check 1, 2. Okay, looks good. So I apologize if I make some noises here while I eat, but I need some food. Ooh, this could be our order block. Let's see what happens here. It definitely took out the demand zone. It needs to go higher now. Come on. Go a little bit higher. So in this case, I would include the wick from the next candle as well. But that's still two and a half pips. That's not bad. Plus spread, so 3 pip. Put the stop loss here. So here's the wick. So probably like so. Yeah, there you go. I still want to see that high taken out first. Or not. No, it's gotta go higher first. Yeah, thank you. Want to see that high being broken. break that high yet. I try to keep my chewing as quiet as possible. Now we tapped into that already. Why? Why did we do that? I had a feeling. So we're not done playing around yet. This maybe, huh? Could be this one. Oh, questions. Let's see. It's maybe a little too close. There you go. We haven't broken structure yet, though. Well, we've taken that out, and that was a... Yeah, no, I don't trust it yet. Very good. Very good. Still trying to go lower. Okay, now we definitely tapped into that order block. And it looks like we're going down to the other one. Yep. Could be this one here. There's also a 1 minute order block in there. Yeah. Well, we definitely tapped into that 1 minute order block now. And it goes lower. Okay. I guess that's why you should wait for confirmed entry. Did we actually tap in? I don't think we did. No, it's right above. Now we're in, excuse me. Now we're in the order block. Can't talk and eat at the same time. Now we're even a 1 minute order block. That is inside that 5 minute order block. And now we're completely out of it. And at this point, I'm going back to my strategy here because I'm not taking any more chances. So let's go back to. Oh. Go back to 0.5% risk. I'm just gonna take. Oh, there's another one here. Okay. Wait, could this be it, maybe? No, we didn't hit it. M15. Let's see what the next ones are. There's another M15. We're definitely way out of the band now. Should we try it again? I don't know. And you can see this would have been a nice trade to hold on to. It'd be 115 pips all the way down there. Okay. Now we tapped in the 5 minute order block here. Let's go down again. Let's see what's going to happen here now. There's a long way you'll go to break any kind of structure here, I can tell you that. Yeah, I might be going for this one here. I mean, we can, according to the template, we can definitely take the trade now because we're way outside the band. And you can see those arrows coming in, so if you get the rest of the conditions here, then we're good to take a trade. Excuse me. Yeah, I think we just went through the 5-minute order block as well, so it might be this one here then. There's another 15-minute order block with 5-minute and 1 minute in it. And then we don't have anything for a while. That would be at the 80-hour low, which, I mean, could be. Move this out of the way. Yeah, so it looks like we're targeting this one here. Oh. I tell you what, I'm just gonna go with my strategy for now. Let me take those order blocks off again. That's what worked for me yesterday. We made over 5,000, so I'm just gonna stick with it. I need to learn more about smart money concept first, so let's just stick with what I know. There's no point to fiddling around with that now. Oh, let me see if... I'm just checking if my... Yep, worked. I took the trades here. That's my small account. Of course, it took all those hits as well. Just want to see if the trade copying works, actually. Where's it trying to go? Let me zoom out a little bit, I'm sorry. Guess we're gonna break that low. Put a line here so I can see that. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with my strategy and not Smart money concept. So let's just do that. There's a lot of volume pushing the price down. Welcome to London session. Yep. That's right, when it pushed down. Right out of the gate. Here's that previous low. Let me check the 4-hour chart real quick. I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh, okay. So we are on the way down there. Man, and I got an entry right there yesterday. Definitely should have stayed in that trade. Son of a... I have to make that a habit. Check the 4-hour chart before you trade, because if I would have seen that yesterday, I definitely would have taken a second trade to at least a year. Probably even lower. Where are we going back here to? That's the question. I'll check that later. I'm sorry, I apologize. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna break that. Let me go back to the 4-hour. That daily support here, but it might come back here to create the first high low to then go up, but it's definitely at least coming back to here. We already know that. That's another 82 pips, and from where I had my entry, we're already 120. That's a 200 pip move. My god, I did not see that yesterday. I would have stayed in that trade. My entry yesterday was right here. 17 pip. No, actually, I used the 9 pip stop loss. 200 pip potential. My god. I gotta make that a habit. We did break structure here though. even on the 5-minute chart. So that's very very sus. Yeah, now it's going to push even more because it just broke the previous low. That's where I put the line. Can take that off now. Maybe that was the whole intent of that move, to clear those stop losses from the previous low. At least for now. On the 4 hour, it looks like we're definitely going down from here. We came down here. We hit the sell zone, and now we're looks like we're going further down. For now at least, so we still got room to go. It would be nice if we could get an entry. I'm just saying. But we didn't get a short entry at all here. And we didn't have those arrows here before. That's because price shifting down like crazy. So definitely not a clear entry here. We might be able to get a short-term trade retracement to here, which is counter trend. That's still 60 pips. And then enter from there to go further down. We can definitely take a counter trend trade right now, because we do have those areas very clearly. And I'm expecting price to come back into the sell zone here and then continue lower, to be honest. It's got to take a breather. I mean, this was a huge push down. It was like almost 80 pips. I might just come back to here. Just, let me see. This. How about even back to here? That's 40 pips. Let's see if we can get a trade in here. Will be a quick trade because it's counter trend, but might make up for the losses I took today, at least. And this is what I was referring to before, because we had such a steep, quick move, and there was a massive move. This indicator cannot catch up, so I can completely ignore this indicator in this case, because it needs time to catch up, and with that quick move, it's going to take a while. That indicator is good when excuse me. That indicator is good when you have a, in quotes, normal entry. The price approaches slowly and then goes up again. But if you have something like this happening, it just totally throws that indicator off. I saw it happen many times. So that's why when I see a move like that, I completely ignore that indicator. That's from experience. Okay, done eating. Again, I apologize, but I was hungry. It's funny, like the one session that did not go live last night was the one that brought me back all my profits. And now we get this. I mean, like I said, I'm expecting an entry here, but it's just, I don't know. It's like going to the body shop and you have a problem with your car, and then once you get there and try to show the mechanic, it's working. With me, it's just the other way around. But I mean, you can see it, we're at 51,000 again. We're still within. Let me reload that. You can see we're still within the restrictions. Yeah, this all happened yesterday pretty much. We were down here somewhere on the last session that we had, I think. Somewhere around here, and then this all happened yesterday. Yeah, I made 3,800 last night on the session. And I go live, and then this happens. I'm starting to think I'm cursed. Yeah, like I said, if anything, I expect a quick retracement here to the sell zone, but then a continuation down, because on the 4 hour you can see that we got ways to go to get down here again, because the last area we visited here was the sell area on the 4 hour, and it started to make its move back down here, so I'm expecting it to at least go to here, at least. So we still got like 80 pips to go. I would like to see. Oh wow, that's a new. Oh, I would like to see a retracement here, and then we could hop into the downside, if that makes sense. Probably not. Yeah, could go as high as here, and and then continue down. Yeah, but I will follow the rules, and again, this indicator shows red, so I'm not going to take a long here. Even though it's probably going to work out, but just following the rules. They're there for a reason. However, if you do come back here in the sell zone, I'm definitely interested in taking a short and a continuation to the downside, because then we have about, if we retrace up to here, that's 40 pips, we have 80 pips to go from where we are right now, so there would be another 120 pips left to run down. Ooh, I did not check the news today. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, this one got wrecked. 2.6%. That's a good start. Yay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even check the news today. So we got GBP and USD. There we go. Oh yeah, see? High impact news at 2. I was even talking about that 2 days ago. Of course, at one time I look. The one time I don't look. Yeah, we had huge news on at right at 2, which is an hour before London opened. And I guess the volume just added to it. Yeah, man, I was talking about it 2 days ago, and now I totally didn't think of it. I had no business trading in that time frame anyway. In that time 2 to 3. Okay. But let's see if we can grab an entry here to go at least back to the sell zone and then get a continuation trade down. Oh no, I'm not gonna take that trade because indicator says we can't. Unless it flips to white before I get my entry. Let's see. Ooh. We didn't even get a yellow arrow yet. Usually that's right around bottom and top, and even that one is not showing up. That's how massive that move was. I gotta rewatch that tomorrow, because I don't think we had any arrows here. I mean the little ones. I think they just came up because we had this massive move down, which made them appear. So there was nothing we could have done to take an entry here. Oh, I forgot. I need my... Whoopsie. Yeah, there we go. Should have taken this trade here. Oh well. So it looks like it slows down now. The volume went up below the average. Doesn't mean anything yet, but just showing a slowdown here, meaning the some buyers apparently stepping in. I would not touch that trade yet at all, but that's just me. Here's the ADR low. So we still have a potential of 94 pips to go. And if you pull a little bit back into this order block, that's another 40 pips. So 90 plus 40, that's 130 pips potential. And let's see, maybe we can get an entry here that coincides with our strategy here, because that band is shifting down as candles build up here. So by that time the red might be in the right in strike metal in the order block. I'm definitely not gonna take a long here as long as that indicator is red, even though it might work out for 37 pips something. How big is that order block? Oh, 10 pips, that's not bad. 10 pips for 130. It's definitely a good risk reward. If you do get a trade entry down here, then I would definitely set my profit target to here, because I don't think we're gonna go much higher than that, because that was a huge move with a lot of, you can see the volume down here in comparison to the previous volume. You can barely see the previous volume on the volume indicator. This is how much selling pressure was on here. Zoom out a little. Yeah, last time we had selling pressure was in the beginning of the move. And then just went sideways and a little bit down and then whoosh. Crazy. Oh look, yellow arrow. However, like I said, I'm not gonna take a trade on if this is still red, even though I know it's probably gonna work, but not gonna take any chances. However, I'm definitely interested in this order block here. And you can see now the band starts shifting down as it's catching up with price. So we might have that order block right smack on top of our sell zone here, which in return will give us a nice confirmation if we do take a short there. And like I said, we still have 130 pips from that point potential for the day. It's kind of crazy how much GBP USD moved in the last couple of weeks in comparison to before. It's like it woke up from a winter slumber and is now full on active again. I mean, I know there's a lot going on with the war in Ukraine and whatnot. A lot of uncertainty, and you usually feel it in the market, but for trading purposes, definitely not a bad thing. From a trader's point of view, let me put it that way. Of course, I'm not saying the Ukraine war is a great thing to happen. I feel bad for those people. Really bad. Okay. Well, so far we don't have an entry anyway, so maybe it will catch up. But then, like I said, I'm not expecting it to go past here or much higher than that. So I will set my profit target to that order block if we do take a trade here. And then right around that order block, I'm gonna look for an entry that goes short again. Try to catch a few more of those 130 pips. Yeah, we definitely have some room to go here. Oh, there's an order block here too. Ah. Oh, excuse me. Maybe that's okay. Now that picture makes me think that we're actually still going up. So this is just a retracement to the order block. And then we get another nice move up. Okay. Let me mark that 4-hour order block out so we can see where it is. Where is it? Hello? Hello? It's me. Why is it not showing? Ah, here we go. Okay. Oh, it's right there. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, hear me out. Let's go back to the 4-hour. We had daily support dots here, the blue ones, as you can see, same as we had here. And it's confirmed by this indicator. We did a move up. We did break short-term structure here with that move. Well, and it left this order block behind, and we are right above it right now. So I'm actually not so sure that it will go all the way down to here, but I think Yeah, it could. I'm not saying it could not, but we might get a reversal within this 4-hour order block to actually go higher. So it looks like we're trading to the ADR low of the day, which is right here, or at least towards it, maybe not completely all the way down, to then turn around and hit the ADR high. Does it make sense? I don't know. You tell me. Leave a comment. Hit the like button, please, if you're here. Yeah, this completely changes my view now. I think we don't have that far to go. This might actually be a wide support dot trade after all. Question is, let me check the stats real quick just to make sure. I need to know where I'm at with my profit loss for the day. 1200. Okay, so I could technically still take 2 0.5% risk trades if that happens here. Maybe I'm gonna do that and just wait it out, because looks like, let me turn this on again. Come on, there you go. Because the H4 order block is right here. Doesn't mean we're gonna turn around right when it touches it. It might go into it a little bit and then up again. But I think that's what's happening here. Well, we'll see. Once we hit that order block, I'm gonna turn it off so we can better see what's going on there. But yeah, I'm expecting price to go in here and then possibly even give us a nice entry here. And by that time, this indicator might have actually caught up. And then in this case, I'm actually almost suspecting wide support dots, which would give me then the opportunity to take 2 0.5% risk trades, as I explained in the beginning, which would then leave me with 1 runner. And if this is anything to go by, check. Just want to show you that on the 4-hour again. So that would mean we're going at least up to here to break that high. And if it goes a little bit lower, let's say it goes down to here, that would be a 300 pip move, and you can see how quickly that happened the last time. And yeah, and those small candles going back, it's just a confirmation that this impulse move, and now we're just in a retracement down to that order block and then continue up. So at least that's my theory. But in order for that to be valid, we would have to hit that 4-hour order block first. Hello. There you go. Which we did not yet. So no trade yet. So this might actually make another move down to go into that order block, and then we might get a signal to go long. Yeah, and I said as soon as we hit that order block, I'm gonna turn that indicator off so we can actually see the candles and everything, because it's hard to see in that with that background. feel bad for whoever is buying this now, because this is definitely going lower. Because I do see some buyers stepping in here. So they're not going to be happy. Unless, again, this is just a quick retracement to here. I personally think that we're gonna tap into that 4-hour order block first before we go back up. That's what it looks like to me. Excuse me. It's weird, I got a good nap in today and now I'm tired. Some days I don't get a nap in before trading and I'm fine, and then other days I get a nap and I get tired. However, what I'm gonna do now is grab a water. So I'm gonna mute my mic, I'll be right back. And I'm back. I had to fiddle with the microphone a little bit, but I think I finally figured out how to attach it to my t-shirt. It's one of those clip-on mics. And I might just have figured that out now. Okay, so now we're going back to the order block. And given that this indicator is still red, I'm definitely looking into getting a trade off of this order block in, which by that point will coincide with the sell area here. But then we don't go much further, so I'm not expecting a 130 pip move down here. Oh, what happened? What did I click? I just messed up the order blocks. Move this down here. Come on. There you go. What the heck did I just do? Ah, H4. How do I know where the top is here? I guess you have to know the candle. Doesn't show the top. Nope. Yeah, so now we have the confirmation here. But it's still red, so no trade here. But then again, like I said, I think that we're still gonna tap into the 4-hour order block first. So we might get a nice trade off of the 5-minute order block here that was created with that move down. So it might give us a nice 40, 50, maybe 60 pips down. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, and you can see this is the top of the order block here, where I have my cross now. So imagine that, and you can see the sell zone coming into that order block, so that it's a confluence. And since this is red, I'm almost willing to put a pinning order here with a stop loss above and taking that trade down. Well, what I'm gonna do is I need to find my stop loss. There it is. So I'm definitely gonna set my stop loss above here now. I don't think we're gonna pull all the way back, so that should be good. Just gonna set it here. And we have the 50% here. Where's the... Why is not showing that other part? Hold on. Gonna try to reset everything. No, it's still not showing. Oh well. Yeah, I'm almost willing to take a trade right as it taps in here. Maybe, like I said, see if we can tap into the sell zone here as well. But it might not even make it that high if you go another 60 pips or so down. Well, let's see where it is when price approaches. So now it caught up. Yeah, I'm willing to take in a trade right off that order block here, because we had a really massive move down here. And you can see the volume. That shows you where the banks are right now. So I'm expecting another push down from this order block. big candles here definitely shows you where the momentum is in the market right now. It's definitely to the downside here, so you really don't want to go short, go long here. See, that would have been entry here. Stop loss here at 17 pips. 26, yeah, it's not even 1 to 2 risk reward, so that's definitely not worth it, especially trading against the trend. Now we got a green support dot, so I gotta look it up if I call this. Okay, they're red and green. So if you get a red one here in this order block somewhere, that would be another confluence. And if that happens in here, I'm definitely willing to take a trade at that point. With the stop loss being right above that order block. So even if you just tap it, that's only a 10 pip stop. If you go 60 pips down, that would give us a 1 to 5, 1 to 6 possible. That would definitely make up for the losses. So can go break even on a day. Oops. Oh. I keep forgetting about the chat. Okay. Yeah, guys, if you're listening to this video, do me a favor, hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe for more updates coming soon. As I said in the beginning, have a few ideas that I want to implement in this channel as well to make it more interesting. I explained that in the beginning of the video. You can go back and listen to that. Let me know what you think about that in the comments. Also subscribe. Click on the notification bell. There's also a link to our Telegram channel, which is completely free. You can join us there. Would appreciate any kind of support you can give me. Like, subscribe, anything. Comment helps too. But also if you have questions, feel free to leave a comment or ask in the Telegram chat. Yeah, see how long that move takes to go back up and how quick this move was, and those massive candles. That tells you everything you need to know. And since this is still showing red, I'm very tempted to just take a trade here. Okay, so now the sell zone shifted down again. You can see it's now below the 50% point. So yeah, now I want to see that being tapped. If you get a tap into the sell zone, I will immediately sell, not even waiting for confirmation. Because I have a feeling once it taps in there, it's gonna go quick. This can take a while to get up there though. pushing it up, so they can negate some orders here. Because that's definitely the banks, an institution here. Retail doesn't do that. Can't cause that, let me put it that way. We have too little money for that. Yeah, you can see the sell zone now coming into that order block here. And this is still gonna take a while to come up here, so by the time the sell zone is right in the smack middle of the order block, or even a little bit lower, so then I'm just concentrating on the tap of the inner band, so that the price gets to that point, I can pull the trigger at that point. It's nice how this works together, so I like it. No idea where that tapped into. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. I'm just curious to find out what candle caused that. This one, yeah, really? I mean, yeah, I guess this was the one it tapped into before I pushed down. I guess it did break a low, but did not see that coming. Make it smaller. No, what's that order block here? Or maybe that's consolidation. That would make more sense. Interesting. Because technically we broke that low here with the wick here. Yet they consider this the one that broke the actual low, maybe because of the wick. I don't know. Why am I getting tired? Yeah, see this dotted line, the inner dotted line of the cell area, that's what I'm concentrating on. If we could get a tap in there and that line being within the order block, that would be perfect. Now if that line comes out of the order block, I'm still going to concentrate on the order block. So on the template it will look like it pierced halfway into it, into the sell zone. But that also probably is going to just make it a little tap on the order block before it goes back down. So it's not going to go too deep into that order block. Let's see. If I make this a pending order, put it right here. Give me 2.45 lots times, let's say 60. Times 25. 1500. Let's make this an even 10 pips. Alright, I'm just going to set a pending order here. That will give me a 10 pip stop loss, and then, like I said, if it does go 50, 60 pips, that will be my trade for the day and be done. Okay. Pending order is set. I'm going to keep that pending order right at that dotted line, because price should definitely tap into that, which would put the stop loss a little bit further away from the order block as well. Yeah, and as we approach and the band shifts, I'm just going to adjust it. That's perfect. Hopefully we get that tap into that zone and the reverse move down. And if it really does go 50, 60 pips, then that would make back what I lost today. Pretty much. Yeah. And the short bias is not over until we get the white support dots here, which we definitely don't have yet. The green don't mean anything. There's a possibility that we get red dots up here. There's a possibility that price just comes down here and goes past those points and then disappear again. So they don't carry too much weight. Yes. Gotta wait until mommy gets up. Taking its sweet little time. But just to be expected. So I'm just gonna keep my my pending order at the inner dotted line of the sell zone, and as long as my stop loss is above those candles here, which is the beginning of the order block, we're good. We should not come up to here, especially since this is still technically a counter trend trade, so it should not go much further below that, above that point. It should definitely not hit the outside of that band for sure. Just for my own curiosity, I'm gonna go on the 1 minute and look at this. Came down here. Is there a break of structure here? Yes, so, okay. Okay. Exit 5 minutes. Keeping it right at the line here. Yeah, and again, my reasoning for being willing to take a trade straight off the touch of that line is because we are clearly in a downtrend. Momentum is clearly to the downside. This indicator is still full on red, and we have this 4-hour zone right below here. So we still got rooms to go, and the fact that we have this huge momentum down and then it takes forever to get back up there just shows me that the market wants to go down and continue down. And I would like to capitalize on that. What? What? What's up, lady? You gotta wait for mommy to get up. It's not on me, that's on her. You know better. You're not gonna die, I promise. There's way too much fat on you anyway. Just another hour or so. So relax. Alright, seems like we're finally getting somewhere here. Getting closer. kind of right at that line. Like I said, it might go a little bit higher than the line here, but I do not expect it to come out of the band completely. And also the stop loss is right above the order block and a good portion away from that candle, so with a little bit room in between. So that's perfect, so I don't mind if it goes in a little bit higher than the line. I don't think it's gonna hit that stop loss here. So we should be good with that. Just give me that tap. Yeah, the 1 minute order block is up here, so it should definitely go past it. Actually, I can. That makes me want to put it even a little bit higher here. Yeah, let's just leave it here. Okay, I'm gonna take this off now. You saw the order block here, so I'm gonna leave it like this. It should definitely go a little bit higher than just the dotted line, and that gives me more room on the upside here for the stop loss. So if I'm correct, price should not come above that candle, and that gives us an extra almost 2.5 pips, and the spread is only like 0.4 or something like that. So we're definitely safe up there. And with it being the 1 minute order block inside that 5 minute order block being closer to the top, makes me believe that we're definitely gonna pierce a little bit into that. So we should be perfectly fine here with the entry. Yeah, price definitely had to come back here. Not just because of those massive candles, but all this imbalance here. This needs to be filled. And pushing and pushing and pushing. What is that? 255. So I'm gonna prepare a manual order for 255, just in case it's gonna miss us by a pip here, because my order is now above the dotted line. If it doesn't go quite that high, I can manually tap in. Oop. Grab this. Here we go. Yeah, and even just down to the low from here. Yeah, that would be 57 pips. So, and I expect to go lower into that order block. Gonna go a little bit lower here. There you go. Definitely don't want to miss it. All right. Let's see if we get that tap. That was not a tap yet. I'm gonna keep it right at that line. I don't want to fiddle with the manual order entry and whatnot. If it goes a little bit higher, so be it. It should definitely not hit the stop loss. Come on. A little higher. Excuse me. How much further down is the order block? Right here. Yeah, I'm probably gonna set my profit target down here. Modify. Take profit. Set my take profit right here on that order block. Yeah, so that would give us $1,600 for the day. It did not tap into it though. What are you doing? Gotta zoom in a little bit because I want to make sure I'm right at that line here, which right now I'm not. So there you go. Nope. A little bit lower. There you go. I can still adjust the profit target once we get triggered into the trade. I'm gonna leave it here. If I get triggered in, great. If not, it is what it is. I don't want to go much lower because of the stop loss. That should do it. Let's see if we get filled. Yeah, usually would only take that trade to the last low, but knowing that we're probably gonna break that anyway, and knowing that the H4 order block is right here, once we're in the trade, I will adjust my take profit slightly above the H4 order block, and then we should definitely get hit with a take profit, because my intention is as soon as I'm triggered in, I'm gonna watch it for a few minutes and then I'm gonna probably call it a night and see if I wake up to profit or loss. But I have a pretty good feeling that this trade is gonna work out. So. Yeah, I'm gonna leave my order here. Gonna zoom in so we can see better. Also the fact that, again, this is against the trend, so it definitely should not come out of the band at all. It usually just comes barely into it and then reverses. And again, you can see this was like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles down. And now we're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 times, 1 time, 3, 4, 5. 3 times as long to get back up. So that clearly shows you where the momentum in the market is. Plus the fact that we have that order block down here just makes me think even more that this is going to continue down a little bit. Maybe not by much, but enough to give us a 1 to 6. 1 to 6? Wait, that was 10 pips, right? 10, and this is $63. It's going to be a little high. Yeah, 1 to 6. 1 to 6 risk reward. That's not too bad. And I think we're 1,300 down on a day, if I'm not mistaken. Just go back in here. Yeah, $1,316. Oh, $1,215. So yeah, that would actually leave us with a profit for today. I'm just tired. I don't want to sit here all night like I did yesterday. So I was actually at the chart at 10 o'clock at night yesterday. So this is 1 a.m. So I was at chart somewhere around here already. And I remember me closing out that order here, the last one. So I took the full 12 hours plus 10 o'clock. That's another 3 hours. So yeah, it was 14 hours at chart yesterday. So I'm not in the mood to do it again tonight. But like I said, if you can grab at least that one trade going down, I'm happy with that. Can even go a little bit lower here, because that's 63. We only need 60 pips for 1 to 6. So just to stay on that line again. And I'm gonna move that profit target up as soon as I get triggered in here. Yeah, that was not it, mamacita. Need to go a little higher there. That did not even touch the order block yet. Nope. So this last up move is the candle. That is the order block, which is responsible for that move down. So price needs to come back at least to the opening of the candle. So this can't be it. It's gotta go a little higher. Might make another 2 candle pullback before we go back up. Yeah, as I said, that trade would have worked out. But it's not that much, because that would have been the entry. So that's 17 pips. To here is 27 pips, so it's not even a 1 to 2. That's not quite enough for me to take a trade. 1 to 6 on the other hand, that would be sweet. Luckily this move down should be a lot faster, kind of like in this manner, than that move up. So I might actually be able to watch it close out. I mean, that's, if it goes half that fast, it should only be like 10, 20, 25, maybe 50 minutes. I could probably swing that and call it a night. I'm just still exhausted from last night. That was a long night. Did it shift down again? Yep, sure did. Okay. Yeah, definitely don't want to miss that trade, because once we tap into this zone, it should go quick. Definitely less than an hour to hit profit target, if I'm not mistaken. I also have laundry to do tomorrow, so don't want to stay up too long. Need some rest. can tell this is definitely not the turnaround point because of how slowly those candles go. If that would have been it, they would go a lot quicker. So it's probably just a 2 candle pullback like this one here. And then we get our maybe 2 more candles up until we hit it. And then this should go a lot quicker. Probably trying to entice people to go short here and put the stop loss above here just so that they can pull back into the order block and grab those orders as well to go down. Man, I was so excited when we had that 1 minute order block entry and I was up already. I'm like, yeah, this is it. This is the challenge right there. But no. Your child is hungry. He's going, meow, meow, meow.
But you know what it could be? The water.
Oh. Definitely not the water.
Oh, she owns my house. She's not.
I'm gonna mute myself for a little bit. Alright, I'm back. The feeding has commenced. I just moved that pending order down a little bit. I do not want to go past that line because I know it's going to hit that line at least. So I'm right on the line right now, if I see that correctly. I think so. Yeah. And this might be our tap. Like I said, they probably did that to entice sellers to come into the market, to put their stop losses right above their candle. And now they're gonna come back, grab the stop loss, hit the order block, and then push it down. And again, all you have to do is compare the size of the candle. See this candle compared to all the other ones? Yeah, that's institutions again. Pushing it back into that order block. They're basically canceling out all the orders that they used to push the market down here to back to break even, and collect some more orders along the way to push it then further down. Sorry, I'm getting really tired. Come on. I want to be in bed by 6 latest. So let's see if we get that tap here now. Looks like it. Yeah, see the difference of the candles? Stop loss is still safe here. So let me get that tap. Come on. Come on. Just a little bit. And hopefully right on the next candle we're gonna see some selling volume coming in here. Did they seriously not trigger my order now? Because I saw the spread opening up. Come on. Huh. It was right on my order and did not trigger. Come on. Yeah, if this candle closes now without triggering my order, I'm just gonna manually tap in and delete my order and manually set the stop loss up there. Yeah, they were literally on my pending order and did not trigger it. Wow. I'm getting ready to push the trigger manually. 10, 7, 6, 2, 1. Okay, I do it manually. Let me get this other order out of the way. Delete. And set the stop loss above here. Can't believe that. Stop loss, hello. There we go. It's a little bit more than 0.5%, but that's okay. Yeah. My order was right here and it was right on the order and did not trigger in. So, and then I'm gonna move my profit target. Oh, now it taps it in. Really? Yeah. Ha ha ha. Very funny. So I set my stop loss right on that H4 order block. It gives us yeah, almost a 1 to 6. So stop loss should be fine up here. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that will definitely put us into the positive for the day. Did it tap the 1 minute order block? Nope. But definitely a good move into the zone. So I had a feeling that it will happen. It just looked like, because that candle was literally right on my order and then pulled back. So I was like, no, I'm not going to be left out by 0.2, 2 points or whatever. That's why I pulled the trigger here. But it's fine. Either way, it's going to be okay. Stop loss should be safe up there. So let me take the order blocks off again so we don't have that much clutter on here. Don't need them anymore. Okay, so we're in the order now, and we're looking at a 1 to 6 risk reward. That's fine. Roughly 1 to 6. Let's see if they hit the 50% of that. No. Hello. Yeah, not quite 50%, but oh, what did I do? I just deleted an indicator. There we go. Okay, order block indicator. Okay. Should be good to go now. Of course, now we get the white dot here. Great. looking beautiful. Yeah, I'll be right there. Within the hour, I guess. Just took a trade, so I just want to watch it a little bit and then I'm gonna call it a night. Okay. I'll be right there. That was close. Stuck me out again. Alright. Well, guys, that's it for me tonight. That was a bunch of a whole lot of nothing. Well, I'm gonna watch it for a little bit. Because I still think there's a move to the downside. Even if it was not that order block. I'm gonna see if I can get an entry of, even though we have the white dots now, but I still think it's gonna go lower. See if I can get an entry with my system here. I know one thing for sure, tomorrow I'm not doing any smart money BS anymore. I'm just gonna follow my strategy. Yeah, unfortunately the white dots just came in now. So I couldn't even have taken the 2 orders here. Nah, I'm gonna call it a night. See if we have more luck tomorrow. Yeah, definitely tomorrow I will only do my template, period. Nothing else. And follow my trading plan. I'll see what we can do tomorrow. See if I can get a good nap in before tomorrow night, so I can do a little bit of a longer session. Okay, yeah, that's it for me tonight. You all have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow night, 12:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for stopping by. Again, subscribe, like, and follow me along. Let me know what you think about the ideas I mentioned in the beginning of the video about the live Q&A on the weekend and recap, and looking forward on the next week on Sunday afternoon, US time, so early evening in UK land. What you think of that, and then would be interested to see what you think about that, to hear what you think about that. Alright, good night everybody, until tomorrow. Bye. Or not bye. Where's my, okay, bye.